One, so I will have us go live. All right, welcome to the Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services Committee. We have 4 public hearings scheduled for today, as well as an additional presentation from the Commissioner of the Department of Professional Financial Regulation that's scheduled for 1:30, following up on the conversation we were having with her on Thursday. We have some language review to do as well on some bills that will get reported out and we'll hopefully see on supplement in the next couple of days. So that is our scope of work for the day and our plan of attack. And so with that, I will ask our committee to introduce themselves, starting with Representative Quint.
Hi, I'm Tracy Quint, and I represent House District 144, which is the Greater Holton area.
Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Representative Poppy Arford, and I represent District 49, which is the western part of Brunswick.
Representative Connor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is John Connor, and I represent House District 58, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Matheson.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Christy Matheson. I represent District 1 in Kittery.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Richard Evans, and I represent District 120, including Atkinson, Brownville, Double Foxcroft, Medford, Milo, Orneville Township, and Lakeview Plantation.
Representative Blyer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mark Blyer. I represent District 22, which is Leamington and part of Standish, Limerick, and Buxton.
Representative Malrano.
Good morning. My name is Gina Malrano. I represent House District 62, which is part of Auburn.
Representative Brooks.
Good morning. My name is Heidi Brooks, and I represent House District 61, which is part of Lewiston.
Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning. I'm State Representative Joshua Morris. I represent the towns of Turner, Leeds, and Livermore, House District 75.
Senator Brenner.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Stacey Brenner. I represent Senate District 30, which is all of Gorham, most of Scarborough, and part of Buxton. Thank you.
Representative Tepler.
Good morning. My name is Denise Tepler, and I represent House District number 54, which is all of the town of Topsom. And I serve as House co-chair of the committee.
And I'm Senator Heather Sanborn, represent Senate District 28, which is half of Portland and half of Westbrook. And in a particularly cruel part of working from home, my son is making bacon at the moment. So that's a new twist on the challenges of Zoom. So as we are about to go into these virtual public hearings, I will let folks know that we are streaming on YouTube, as well as recording our session today to be replayed later on YouTube. And you can find all of our recordings on the committee page on our YouTube channel link, which is at the top of our committee page on the legislature's website. I am working off of a list of folks who submitted written testimony in advance of the meeting. Although I will note that we're receiving testimony still as we speak with regard to the bills that we're hearing this morning. So we have a pretty good list of attendees on there right now. And so I'm speaking to you folks. Please submit your testimony the night before, whenever possible. It's really hard for us as chairs to be watching our email for late submissions. It's very hard for legislators to be able to find those documents and follow along. It's much, much easier if we can get it all organized and have it in advance of the meeting. I also get a handy dandy list of people to call on, and it's hard to manage adding those names to the list in real time, just moments before the hearing starts or even after it has started. So as a courtesy, please adhere to those deadlines and get your testimony into us the night before whenever possible. As has been my practice in this committee, we will take late submissions and we will hear from anyone in the room who wants to be heard, just as we would if we were in person in Augusta. But I just urge you to submit your testimony in a timely way for us so that we can manage the hearing more efficiently. All right, so with that, the order of bills that we will be hearing this morning is first we'll hear LD 522, an act to cap interest rates for consumer debt. And the sponsor of that bill is here, I think was on the line a minute ago at least. Then we'll hear LD 541, an act to improve healthcare data analysis. And then we will have a combined hearing on LD 523 and LD 617, which are the identical bills called an act concerning prior authorization for prescription drugs. And so that's our morning's worth of work. And so without further ado, I'd like to invite Senator Bennett to join us and present LD 522. Senator Bennett, you can turn on your camera and unmute yourself and present the bill to us when you have landed. There you are.
I have landed.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Rick Bennett. I live in Oxford, and I have the honor of representing the beautiful foothills and lakes region of Western Maine in the Maine Senate. I'm pleased to present LD 522, an act to cap interest rates for consumer debt. And Senator Sanborn, I want to apologize at the very front end for being your probably perfect case example of somebody who submitted my testimony late, and I've compounded that by also submitting on the back of my testimony proposed substitution language for the bill. And apologize not only to the committee for that, but also to all of the interested stakeholders, many of whom reached out to me, and I tried to incorporate some of the things I learned as part of my testimony and the amendment. So I will proceed on that basis with apologies. There are three purposes to this bill. First is to better align Maine's consumer interest rate caps with our neighboring states. Second, to recalibrate the maximum APRs that can be changed under our statutes to recognize this extended and enduring period of historically low interest rates. Third, to raise awareness of the predatory practices of certain players in the dark corners of financial services who sell money at outrageously usurious rates to Mainers in distress. In order to achieve these ends, I present with my testimony as indicated an amendment to the bill that I ask the committee to consider as a substitution for LD 522 as printed. I'll review this amendment later in my testimony. First, about the problem. If you read through Consumer Financial Protection Bureau complaints, as I've done, I've put a footnote in my testimony where you can find them, you will see a lot of anguish and financial stress. You will read about your neighbor who was misinformed, bilked, conned, and abused by unscrupulous predatory lenders, often when the customer is in a dire personal circumstance as well, and most vulnerable to snake oil and fine print. One Maine resident wrote, quote, "My husband had been working minimal hours and I was in a very tight place. I applied and received my contract. I thought I would be paying around $150 a month for 6 months on a $650 loan. Very steep, but I was in a desperate situation. They called it an installment loan, so I assumed that they are licensed in Maine where I live. My plan was to pay the loan back within a 2-week time frame. When I logged into my account to see what my payoff was, I found that not only did I owe the $650, but I also owed approximately $190 in interest for 2 weeks. So I looked at my agreement and the payment plan was for $150 biweekly for a 6-month term, which came out to be around $1,900 for a $650 loan. Another Mainer complained to the CFPB, I took out, and I'm quoting, I took out a $400 loan under the guise of a high interest rate and $120 payment per pay period, but now I'm being told the $400 payday loan will end up being $1,400 with interest. even if I paid it off early. Right now, my total amount due is supposedly $800, and that's $400 principal, $400 interest. I've revoked ACH authorization from the group after reading stories of similar situations, and will be happy to settle this matter, but not for $1,400. That has to be illegal, end quote. As the committee knows, the sad truth is that these unscrupulous players are often beyond the reach of your committee, of this legislature, and our main regulatory agencies. They're often tribal lenders or online facilities and dodgy financial business from out of state. Thanks to the 1978 Supreme Court case, Marquette National Bank of Minneapolis versus First Omaha Service Corps, which I also cite with a footnote in my testimony, states usury laws are largely ineffective. While everyone has a credit card now, we have a race to the bottom on ethical application of interest rates. However, this does not mean that Maine policymakers are helpless, and it does not mean that within the practical restraints of our efficacy, we should not review our statutes and update them for currency and comparability. Current Maine law allows annual percentage rates on consumer loans up to 30%. Forgive me, I'm going to turn that off. Occupational hazard allows annual percentage rates, APRs, on consumer loans of up to 30% on unpaid balances of the amount financed of $2,000 or less, 24% on such amounts between $2,000 and $4,000, and 18% on such amounts above $4,000. While there may be disagreements about the rates, and I encourage the committee to dig into this, on its face, this construction seems sensible. The law also allows for fees on a sliding scale to charge on the amount loaned. Specifically, $5 may be charged when the amount financed does not exceed $75, $15 when the amount financed is between $75 and $250, and $25 when the amount is $250 or more. It's complicated stuff, but let me take you through an example of how this might work in practice for a Maine borrower and how the so-called minimum finance charge results in an APR that greatly exceeds 30%. Say the loan amount is $250, minimum charge $25, final payment due in 10 days, $275. Calculation of the APR would be $25, equivalent to the finance charge, accrues in only 10 days. Therefore, the per diem interest rate accrual is $25 divided by 10, $250 per day times 365 days a year, $912.50. That represents 365% APR. Now, our borrower could receive a similar hypothetical loan that uses the interest accrual method of calculating the finance charge rather than the flat fee that results in a similarly high effective APR if instead of a flat finance charge using the minimum charge, the lender sets the interest at the statutory maximum, but also adds on, say, a $15 or $20 origination fee or premium for a credit insurance policy. Neither illustration contemplates a rollover fee, which are common in payday loans and which create an even higher effective APR. Rollover fees might occur when a borrower has a small amount outstanding on a loan from their previous pay period and borrows an additional amount to cover expenses until their next paycheck. I understand that there are at least 2 lenders in Maine that use the quote minimum charge, that's a flat fee, on short-term loans in Maine that result in triple-figure effective APRs. Republic Cash and CashNet USA. CashNet USA provides actually helpful disclosure of their rates on their website using an online tool that at least gives consumers transparency into what their borrowing actually costs. To provide some comparison of how our laws align with other states, I've included a chart in my testimony from the Center for Responsible Lending. And the example here is predicated on a 14-day payday loan of $300. Under this scenario, which is not atypical, our law puts Maine people in a much more precarious position than most of their neighbors and our neighbors in New England. You can see a 217% APR on that rate. I believe that the folks from that organization that produced this chart will be testifying later, and they can explain it in greater detail. I'd encourage them to do that. Now, I'm very worried about, as I said, about comparability. And so I've proposed a substitution language for LD 522. And the amended language I present to you today is designed to address these problems as I've indicated. Most importantly, it would require that the fees charged would be considered within the calculation of the maximum APR rates in current existing law. This change would make those caps of 18%, 24%, and 30% of much more real limits on interest rates. The amendment would also, that I proposed as a substitution, would also exclude Maine chartered or supervised financial organizations such as community banks and credit unions. Honestly, they're not the problem here. As the committee works this bill, I would also ask you to consider adjusting downward the APR caps to 15%, 20%, and 25% respectively. This would further put Maine law in alignment with our other Northeastern US neighbors, while acknowledging that interest rates throughout the country are and have been for many years now at historic lows. I know this is complicated stuff. I've learned a lot in researching this bill and preparing my testimony. I'm grateful for your consideration and I'd be delighted to entertain your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Bennett. Are there questions for the sponsor of the bill? Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you very much for being here, Senator Bennett. My question has to do with payday lending and whether or not this amendment, as you have described it, applies to payday lenders.
Well, it would, depending on how they are regulated. Much of the problem comes from out-of-state financial institutions that are accessed online and escape the scrutiny of Maine regulators. What I've tried to do with this amendment is to make it not drive business into those dark corners. Recognize that there are higher rates that will be charged for people seeking these short-term lending, people with risk profiles that are difficult. Hopefully, I wanted, as I also stated, to raise consciousness of Maine people about the options that they have here and to avoid those dark corners where they cannot get appropriate treatment from their financial partners. So I'm sorry, that's not a very good answer, except I can only say that, it's because of that 1978 Supreme Court case, it's very difficult, and subsequent Supreme Court cases, it's very difficult for states to regulate here. What I'm suggesting is let's try to make Maine better within the scope of effectiveness.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Are there additional questions for Senator Bennett? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony this morning. We've got a long list of folks to provide us with additional information. I would encourage folks, if they have thoughts on the sponsor's amendment, to certainly provide us oral testimony on that, but realizing that that has only been circulated just recently. So first, I will call on Whitney Barkley-Denny to join us to testify in support. Good morning, Ms. Barkley. Go ahead.
Good morning. Give me just a second. I'm so sorry. I got moved away from my testimony when we moved on camera. Okay, so good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. My name is Whitney Barkley-Denny, and I'm Senior Policy Counsel with the Center for Responsible Lending. I'm here to discuss SB 522, which, if correctly amended, we believe would help cap payday loan interest rates in the state of Maine. Center for Responsible Lending is a nonprofit, nonpartisan research and policy organization dedicated to protecting home ownership and family wealth by working to eliminate abusive financial practices. CRL is an affiliate of Self-Help, a nonprofit community development financial institution. For 30 years, Self-Help has focused on creating asset building opportunities for low-income, rural, women-headed, and minority families. As such, our organization has long been warning against the abuses of predatory lending, and specifically predatory small dollar loans, including payday loans. Payday loans are marketed as a quick fix for a family's financial problems, but in reality cause a long-term cycle of debt. Payday lenders in Maine can charge rates up to 217% APR on a 2-week $400 loan, make no assessment of whether the loan is affordable in light of a borrower's income and expenses, and can seize money directly from a borrower's bank account. This toxic combination of loan terms is a debt trap by design. Make no mistake, the debt trap is the core of the business model. In Maine and nationally, the average payday loan borrower is stuck in 10 loans a year, and borrowers are typically trapped in these loans without a break. Additionally, 75% of payday loan fees come from borrowers stuck in more than 10 loans a year. On the flip side, only about 2% of loans go to borrowers who take just one loan out and do not come back for a year, which is how the industry says these loans are supposed to work. It's not just the short-term consequences of the debt trap that are concerning, but long-term consequences are also quite severe. Payday loans increase the likelihood that borrowers will experience bank penalty fees, bankruptcy, and even bank account closures. The consequences of payday lending, particularly once it goes into collection, include damaged credit scores, which then increase barriers to jobs, housing, and access to affordable products in the future, all of which are never a good thing, but are a particularly concerning problem as we face the COVID-19 pandemic and the accompanying financial cost of families. These small dollar, high cost loans don't help borrowers. They make financial difficulties financial disasters. In fact, a 2007 report from the Department of Defense documented widespread and ongoing financial difficulties among military families due to predatory practices like payday, and found that the debt was so pernicious, it impacted the readiness and security clearances of our troops. That report led the US Congress to cap interest rates for active duty military members of the military and their families at 36%. And 36% you'll hear a lot. That's because it's the traditional usury cap in the United States, 3% a month. In Maine, payday lenders have long used Section 24017 of the Consumer Credit Code to make loans at much higher percentages than those laid out in Section 24011, as high as 217% or even higher if you calculate the rate differently on a daily basis instead of a 2-week basis like we did. As originally drafted, LD 522 will not eliminate loans under this alternative statute. However, we believe that the amendments that Senator Bennett has given you this morning can make payday lenders abide by interest rates determined by this committee. Maine's treatment of payday lenders is unique, and it sets them apart from all of their neighbors, all of whom more strictly cap predatory loan products. With the exception of Rhode Island, which is actually considering a similar bill to cap payday interest rates as we speak, New England states cap small dollar payday loans at rates of 36% or less. And this is really what we're seeing across the country. States across the country have been making strides to drive out predatory lenders from their borders. Voters in South Dakota, Montana, and Colorado enacted payday loan rate caps with ballot measures with over 70% approval. Nebraska just enacted a rate cap at the ballot in November with 83% approval. And most recently, the Illinois State Legislature passed legislation capping interest rates for payday, car title, and installment loans at 36%. As we speak, a similar measure to this one is under consideration in New Mexico, having passed their House of Representatives. Rhode Island is having hearings this week, as I just said, and Minnesota is well on its way to passing reforms. So one question that we get a lot at CRL is, what happens when payday lenders can no longer lend in a state? We can look to experiences with the military and these 16 other states for their experience. First, these lending schemes are relatively new, and that's important to keep in mind. Many states without payday loans have never had them and have repeatedly rejected proposals to legalize them in their states. For others who loosened their usury laws in the 90s and early 2000s and once had payday loans but now do not, former payday loan borrowers report being glad to see this product gone. It looked easy to get into, but it was in reality hard to get out of. And they describe a range of other options to deal with financial shortfalls, from asking friends and family for assistance, turning to community organizations or churches, and even just budgeting differently. More importantly, we hear from many former borrowers who have now been able to build assets, such as purchasing a car or a home, which was not possible when they were buried under payday loan debt. And it's not just borrowers who feel the reprieve. I think this is important to note that communities do as well. Payday lenders in Maine, their high-cost loans strip hundreds of thousands from the communities in which they are located, over $500,000 a year in fees alone. And that diverts resources not only from people's pockets, but to other businesses and charities. After the rate cap, charitable organizations that used to spend significant resources digging people out of the debt trap now say that they're better able to meet people's needs directly rather than having to pay off the payday lender first. As one church described it to me in another state, instead of paying $1,700 or $1,800 to pay off the payday loan that was used to get the new set of tires, we can just buy the new set of tires. Military relief societies reported the same, saving hundreds of dollars of aid after the military rate cap was enacted. So the Center for Responsible Lending urges the committee to amend and accept the amendments of Senator Bennett, then pass SB 522 as an investment in lifting Mainers out of poverty. We hope that Maine will join their New England neighbors, the Department of Defense, Washington, D.C., and become the 18th state to protect their citizens from financial predators. And I am happy to take any questions from this committee.
Thank you, Ms. Barclay-Denny. Are there questions? Representative Morris, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Do you know how many of these groups, these payday lenders are in Maine? I'm certainly, being a realtor, I'm certainly familiar with some of their tactics, but do you know how many of them there are in Maine right now currently?
Yes, I do not have the list in front of me. The major one seems to be Republicash, which is a more local group than what we usually see. And I'm happy to explain some of the out-of-state lending questions as well, because that is certainly a concern that we have. But it seems to be Republicash and who else did we say? Cash America are the two that are operating in Maine.
Ms. Barclay-Denny, I would invite you to give us more information about how these restrictions would work in terms of out-of-state lenders.
Yeah, so the major concern in this space right now, the Office of Consumer Credit in Maine does have some power against out-of-state lenders who are lending unauthorized in Maine. They can send them cease and desist letters. They can make sure that borrowers don't have to pay back those interest rates because they aren't legal in the state and only have to pay back what has been borrowed. The sort of fly in the ointment, which we hope will be taken care of soon, is a rule called the True Lender Rule and Rent-to-Bank. And what this does is it allows banks who are chartered outside the state of Maine and Kentucky and South Dakota mostly to basically lend their registration to a payday lender to be able to import that state's usurious rate into the state of Maine. This used to not be allowed because the bank had to do a lot more than just give the money for the loan and then sell the loan off. But about 9 months ago, the OCC came out with a rule that said that basically that was enough of a relationship between the bank and the usurious lender in order for the loan to be made under what's called the True Lender Law. Now, I don't know that this is going to be around much longer, and I think that we should be prepared and that Maine statute should be prepared for this law to go away. There has already been a lawsuit by 7 attorney generals against the OCC to stop the enforcement of True Lender. We will have a new head of the OCC sooner rather than later under the Obama administration, under the Biden administration, who is able to redo, I do that every time, I have to say, I got too used to saying Obama Biden, who will be able to rewrite this rule. And there is also possibly a Congressional Review Act bill ready to go up to have Congress override this. So while OCC True Lender is certainly a concern, it is not written in stone. And I think that Maine should be prepared for its eventual, going away.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful. And OCC for the committee is the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency.
That's right.
Okay. Anybody else have questions for Ms. Barclay-Denny? Okay.
And I can also, if I can just say really quickly, the map, if anybody has questions about that as you go through, I'm more than happy. You'll notice that most of the states don't have an interest rate at all on the map that Senator Bennett shared. I just wanted to say very quickly that that's because they have rates of 36% or less. 36% is sort of what we consider the key number when it comes to keeping the super predatory people out of the state. Even though that sounds really high, they tend not to operate if they have to abide by 36%.
Okay. Ms. Barclay-Denny, have you reviewed the language in Senator Bennett's amendment specifically, and does it accomplish what we need to accomplish?
Yes, I think the most important thing here with payday in particular are three things. One is getting rid of that flat fee statute that allows sort of the alternative to the tiered interest rate. The other is ensuring that the rate is all inclusive so that extra fees and things like that can't be built out on top of whatever rate we end up agreeing on. And then finally, we have some anti-evasion language in there as well. We've seen in other states that, payday lenders will get kicked out of one statute and then go to, for example, a credit services organization and try to lend through them, which I don't think would be possible in Maine, but we just want to make sure we shut all doors to that kind of evasion. We see crazy things like in Arizona where they do car title loans on registrations instead of car titles. So it's in effect a payday loan. So we just want to make sure that none of that is able to happen in Maine.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, we thank you for joining us this morning. And next we will hear from Frank D'Alessandro from Maine Equal Justice. Good morning, Mr. D'Alessandro. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Templer, and members of the Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. My name is Frank D'Alessandro, and I'm the Litigation and Policy Director of Maine Equal Justice. We're a civil legal services organization, and we work with and for people with low income seeking solutions to poverty through policy, education, and legal representation. Thank you for the opportunity to offer written testimony to you in support of LD 522 as amended. As amended, this bill reduces the interest rate that lenders could charge borrowers by requiring that the interest rate charged would be all inclusive. And by requiring all fees in determining the allowable APR that can be charged for a loan, the borrowers will fully understand what it is that they're getting themselves into. Our legal services, one of the things that Maine Equal Justice does is provide legal services to low-income Mainers, and we work daily to help very low-income people in Maine navigate the social safety net and figure out how they're going to pay this month's rent, afford a visit to the doctor, or figure out how to put food on the table. We work every day with families and individuals who are surviving on the edge financially, and just one high-cost loan could be devastating to our clients. And that's because these loans are rarely paid off with just one loan, but instead turn into multiple repeat loans with increasing amounts of fees and interest. When people living in poverty have to pay usurious rates of interest, they do so without meeting their basic needs. And the financial pressure from these rates subject our clients to even greater risk of hunger and homelessness. The current small dollar loan fee structure in Maine applies high interest rates that are difficult for low-income borrowers to afford. And the credit offered by payday loans is predatory in nature and traps rather than benefits consumers. As you'll hear more later and was just testified to, while there is technically a rate cap in Maine right now, in Maine, the effective interest rate on payday loans exceeds 200%. And that's because the rate is not all inclusive. And what that means is that the other fees that go with the loan are not included in determining the interest rate or the APR. And what this bill does as amended is it applies to all credit transactions covered by this section of the consumer code. And it requires that the rate be all inclusive, that all the fees that go with the charges in determining the interest rate be included. So that actually, in that way, the interest rate caps that are actually already in statute are real. And that when it says 30, or I think it says 28%, it means 28%. And so we support that bill. And then we also support the exemptions from the bill that are also included in the amendment offered by Senator Bennett, because the focus of this is on the people who are abusing the system, not on the people who aren't. And we did believe that it's necessary to include everyone. And I think this exemption protects consumers, but doesn't subject other lenders to the requirements of this section.
Thank you, Mr. D'Alessandro. Are there questions for Mr. D'Alessandro? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. And next we'll hear from Jonathan Selkowitz from Pine Tree Legal Assistance. Good morning, Mr. Selkowitz, go ahead.
Good morning, and thank you very much, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage Insurance and Financial Services. My name is Jonathan Selkowitz. I'm a staff attorney at Pine Tree Legal Assistance, and I'm the chair of their consumer practice group. Pine Tree is the main civil legal services provider in the state of Maine. And I'm here to present testimony in support of LD 52 as it's been amended by Senator Richard Bennett, which in short, I think is going to close certain loopholes that currently exist, which allow lenders, particularly payday lenders, to provide these loans at rates that are just far greater than what I think that we all sort of assume was the interest rate caps when we read the statute. I can skip over all the part of my written testimony, which tries to explain how it does this, because I think that's the previous speakers have covered that. I do want to speak just about the effects that I see and that Pine Tree sees on our client population who are perpetually struggling to get out of debt. As people have talked about, these kinds of payday loans can cause that what we can refer to as the debt cycle or the debt trap. And essentially they are borrowing from their future selves to cover the basic expenses from today, and they just cannot get out from under this trap. And this has real consequences on their lives, on their ability to sort of bring themselves out of poverty and the communities around them. We see on a daily basis, I think, at Pine Tree, how this kind of debt trap can prevent our clients from doing things like affording their rent, from getting an affordable and reliable car that can get them to and from work, that can pay for childcare, that can allow them to increase their ability to earn and improve their employability and income. And even, do things like participate in the credit market that is designed to try to expand people's wealth and increase wealth by sort of taking advantage of credit. When we see it has the opposite effect, where it's essentially it's holding them back. I want to just comment on one other thing about the enforceability of these rules against payday lenders, and just because I wanted to make clear, this rule it will apply, and it currently applies to every non-bank lender in the country, including payday lenders, with the exception of the OCC rule that is sort of, as it's written now, allows some payday lenders to sort of rent a bank charter from a national bank. We hopeful or expect that that's going to go away. But just because there's going to be, and there is now, and there may still be some unscrupulous online lenders that are selling loans to Mainers, that doesn't mean that this law doesn't make that illegal or wouldn't make that illegal. It certainly does, and I think there's certainly various kinds of recourse that Maine consumers have, and so I caution against using that as a reason to continue to allow it. In my written testimony, I cited to some studies from Pew Charitable Trusts that I think are helpful, and some of just the couple of takeaways was that it cited some states that did that where payday lending was authorized and then became illegal, and they found that it didn't force borrowers to unscrupulous online lenders, and it seems to have not had a negative consequence on the peoples of those states. So I thank you so much for my opportunity to present Pine Tree's observations on this bill, and I welcome any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Selkowitz. Are there questions for Mr. Selkowitz? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. I don't have anyone else signed up to testify in favor of the bill. So if you want to testify in support of the bill and you're in our Zoom room, please raise your hand now. Okay. We will bring in Mr. Harris, who was signed up to testify neither for nor against. And if you're here, you can turn on your video and unmute your microphone and go ahead. Ms. Harris, go ahead.
Thank you. Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I'm Jody Harris. I'm with the Maine Center for Economic Policy, and I'm here today to ask you to support LD 522 with Senator Bennett's amendments. LD 522 strengthens protections for Maine consumers and helps them get out from under sometimes crushing and often predatory payday loan debt that shatters Maine's families' financial stability and saps our economy. LD 522 would eliminate a loophole in Maine's consumer code regulating payday and other small dollar loans that allows lenders to assess interest and fees exceeding 200% APR. Payday loans are made for small amounts of money on a short-term basis, usually 1 to 2 weeks, traditionally to tide borrowers over until they got their next paycheck. Payday loans are a costly way to borrow money, and as you've heard from previous testimony, sometimes devastating to families' finances. Maine lawmakers have enacted a strong consumer code that currently caps interest on payday loans at under $200,000 at 30% APR. However, there is a loophole in the law that offers payday lenders a higher return option. It allows lenders to assess a flat finance charge of $5 to $25 tiered based on the amount of the loan per loan every 2 weeks, or whatever the term of the loan is, rather than be limited to a 30% APR interest rate. $5 or $25 may seem like a small amount to pay, but a $250 loan can quickly become $300 in just 4 weeks, and over a 6-month period will be more than double the original loan amount. 80% of payday loans are rolled over, and the majority of borrowers carry more than 10 loans a year. This alternative fee structure results in interest rates in Maine of up to 260 APR on a typical 2-week loan. Mainers are particularly vulnerable to payday lenders who offer loans in the guise of a helping hand. A recent analysis in our state shows that Mainers, more than most US consumers, struggle with unexpected expenses. Met with an unexpected expense of $400, 1 in 4 Mainers report they would have to borrow money or sell something to cover the bill, while 1 in 5 Mainers say they would have no way to pay the expense. And that's compared to 1 in 8 US citizens who say they could not pay the expense. Payday lenders are not regulated in the way that banks and even credit card companies are. Payday loan borrowers must give the lender their bank account information for automatic withdrawal of the payment on the due date. If the borrower does not have enough money in their account to cover the loan repayment, the lender automatically rolls the original loan amount plus interest or fees owed on the new loan and the added additional interest and fees on the new amount for another 2 weeks. Each time the borrower has insufficient funds for the payday lender's automatic withdrawal, the lender charges a late fee or a return payment fee. Payday lenders continue to attempt to debit a borrower's account even when the initial attempt fails. With a negative account balance, the bank often closes the borrower's account. 1/3 of online payday borrowers lose their bank accounts due to excessive penalties and fees caused by the lender. Closing this loophole in Maine's consumer code is a common sense change that would help thousands of Maine borrowers and level the playing field with other financial products. I urge the committee to support LD 522. Thank you for your time and your consideration. Thank you for your service to the people of Maine, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. Are there questions for Ms. Harris? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. Next, we'll take testimony in opposition to the bill, and I will call on Kathy Kanaboris first. Good morning, Ms. Kanaboris. You can go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Templer, and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Kathy Kanaboris, and I'm a resident of Hollis. I am the Vice President of Government Relations at the Maine Bankers Association, representing our 28 retail banks in Maine and their 9,000 employees. We had submitted testimony last night in opposition to the bill as drafted and printed. So with the amendment submitted by Senator Bennett today, I won't read my, my written testimony, but just offer some clarifications. We were concerned about the original bill because we were afraid it would limit customer choice to be able to use a Maine-based financial institution if there was an arbitrary rate cap put on that. That seems to have disappeared with Senator Bennett's amendment. I have forwarded it to some other legal counsel within the organization, so I can't speak to it now, but would be willing to work with the committee as you move forward to consider that. And with that, like I said, we oppose the original bill as drafted, but we are willing to look at the amendment in more detail, but I'm not prepared to talk about it right now, if that's okay.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Kanaboris. We understand, and that does happen from time to time, and we can certainly get more input during the work session as appropriate. So thank you.
Okay,
Are there questions for Ms. Kanaboris? Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question was going to be your position relative to payday lenders, and if you could get back with that information for future hearings.
Certainly, that was one of our concerns, is to make sure that whatever we did in the state of Maine allowed our banks that are actually operating in Maine to continue to try to offer small dollar loans to avoid some of those organizations that were mentioned, Public Cash and Cash Act, I guess, USA.
Okay, great. Additional questions for Ms. Kanaboris? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. We'll hear from Joanna Cottrell.
Okay, thank you.
One Maine Financial. Good morning. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and committees of the members of the committee. My name is Joanna Cottrell, and I'm representing One Maine Financial. I'm a branch manager in the Bangor office, and we were in opposition of LD 522. We would like to thank Senator Bennett for taking the time to meet with us and going over his goals in regards to the bill itself. But given with the amendment changes that just came through, we would also like to work on submitting written testimony at a later date for the committee to review. But we would be happy to answer any questions that you may have in regards to One Maine Financial or our current position.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Cottrell, and we'll look forward to that written testimony. We do receive that right to our email when it gets submitted, so we will see it when it comes through. Are there questions from the committee at this time? All right, seeing none, we thank you. I don't have anyone else who's signed up to speak on my list this morning. So if you are in our Zoom meeting and we're hoping to speak in any capacity on this bill, please raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing none, I'll close the hearing on LD 522, and I'll let folks know that we will not be holding any work sessions this week, so this bill will be on the docket for a work session at some point in the future, but it won't be this week. Okay, next up, we are going to turn to LD 541, and I will open a hearing on LD 541, an act to improve healthcare data analysis. And welcome Representative Perry back to the committee. Good morning, Representative Perry. Go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler and members of the Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. I am Representative Ann Perry, and I represent 9 communities in Washington County, and I'm here to introduce LD 541, an act to improve healthcare data analysis. The idea for this bill started with my work on the Task Force for Healthcare for all Mainers. And as we make decisions on how to affect the cost and appropriateness of healthcare, it is important that we know that these decisions are based on measurable results. We need to have a good way to look at why we are making a given healthcare decision and what we are trying to achieve by it. Good, accurate data will make these decisions easier. This bill will allow us to better access, analyze, and utilize the available healthcare data. It will provide us with an opportunity to look at trends in Maine related to healthcare costs and delivery. This will give us, as policymakers, the ability to determine that our decisions are bringing about the results we intended, and to be able to change course early if it is not working as planned or creating problems in some other part of the system. With the help of the State Health Access Data Assistance Center, which is a national organization, I started doing some research on what other states do, including Minnesota, Maryland, Oregon, and Vermont. I found that these states with well-established departments had a large staff, and for Maine, this approach would not do. However, Maine has a wealth of statewide data that, if put together, could work for us and help us make better decisions as policymakers. This bill was introduced in the 129th legislature and was passed out of this committee, but did not make it through the full legislative process due to early adjournment. During the committee deliberations, I was able to work with Karen Lee Harrington from the Maine Health Data Organization, Commissioner Lambrou, Michelle Probert of Maine Care, and Dr. Letourneau from the Department of Health and Human Services. LD 541 is the result of those efforts and is the bill as was amended by HCIFS last session. It is a small start, but I feel a great potential to work for the health and welfare of the people of this state. What does this bill do? It designates that the Maine Health Data Organization serves as the holder of Maine's healthcare data and has the responsibility for oversight and reporting of public health activities, and defines emergency visits due to the substance use and cancer and vital statistics data. The bill also strictly protects the privacy of the data collected. LD 541 creates a Health Information Trend Advisory Committee. This committee will recommend priorities and provide annual public health reporting. It also creates a statewide provider and service location database. This is a small but significant step towards making policy decisions that are backed by data and the ability to measure the results. I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative Perry. Are there questions for the sponsor? All right, seeing none, we thank you for bringing forward the bill again. And next, I will call on Karen Lee Harrington to testify in support of the bill. Good morning, Ms. Harrington. Go ahead.
Good morning. I am having a little technical issue. Can you hear me all right?
We sure can.
Okay, I can't seem to pull up my testimony. So if you can just give me a second.
Sure.
Okay, I think I've got it. Sorry.
Perfect, go ahead.
So good morning. My name is Karen Lee Harrington, and I'm with the Maine Health Data Organization, and I'm here to present testimony in support of LD 541, an act to improve healthcare data analysis. The MHDO's purpose is to create and maintain a useful, objective, reliable, and comprehensive health information data warehouse that's used to improve the health of Maine citizens and to promote the transparency of the cost and quality of healthcare in the state of Maine, in collaboration with the Maine Quality Forum. The Maine Health Data Organization is governed by a board of directors, which includes representatives from the following stakeholder groups: payers, hospitals, providers, home health care, consumers, employers, and government. As described in the summary of the bill and by Representative Perry, Part A addresses issues for both the MHDO and its authorized data users, which will enhance the value of the data and transparency for many different use cases, including cancer research in the state of Maine. Over the years, MHDO's authorized data users have expressed how valuable and necessary access to different data sets are in their work, including access to the death and cancer registry data and MHDO's all-payer claims data. I'm going to refer to going forward as APCD. Because these data sets are not linked, our researchers use them today, as they describe, in parallel instead of as an interrelated data set. Our current structure creates missed opportunities for researchers to understand clinically important patient outcomes. Data linkage is not new, and in fact, several states across the country are linking data sets with their APCD, including their cancer registry and vital statistics. For years, Maine has been a leader in understanding the value of creating and maintaining robust healthcare data sets that can be accessed by a broad group of authorized users while fiercely protecting the confidentiality of individuals. However, we've not been a leader when it comes to data linkage. LD 541, specifically section 8715-A, changes that and would give us the opportunity to create a more robust data set for research that will ultimately benefit Mainers. One of MHDO's authorized data users is a physician scientist with the Center for Outcomes Research and Evaluation with Maine Medical Center. And she provided the following information in a letter to the committee regarding the value of data linkage that I'd like to reinforce. She said, our group completed several analyses studying lung cancer in Maine. We often are unable to determine from the APCD claims data whether someone receiving lung cancer treatment had a recent diagnosis of lung cancer or whether the malignancy was diagnosed many years ago. Linking to the Maine Cancer Registry data will allow us to determine the diagnosis timeframe, whether the tumor was diagnosed via screening or because of symptoms, the tumor stage, the initial treatment course, including whether appropriate surgery was carried out. Then we can use the APCD data to determine if appropriate cancer treatment was completed. And she goes on to talk about they can look at disparities in care due to geography, insurance type, or other barriers. Further linkage with death certificate data would allow us to determine if the patient died from their disease or another cause, or if still surviving. Because we will be able to examine care, delivery, and other issues, we will be able to improve health and healthcare delivery for the people of Maine. And my apologies, because for some reason my computer is, anyways, my apologies. Both DHHS and MHDO have invested heavily in creating and managing their data collection, governance, security, confidentiality, and data release rules. If the legislature enacts LD 541, it will be critical for the MHDO and DHHS to collaborate on developing a rule to govern the linkage of these data sets, including collection, governance, confidentiality, and release rules. Part A also creates administrative efficiencies for the MHDO by eliminating several annual reports described in our statute that are outdated and reduces the current mandate that the cost data on Compare Maine be updated 2 times annually to once annually. These changes will not negatively impact MHDO's mandate to promote the transparency of healthcare costs, but rather they will allow the MHDO to focus resources on tasks that will provide more transparency and value for our data users and the public. Part A also establishes the Health Information Advisory Committee, created to assist MHDO in its mandate to promote the transparency of healthcare costs and quality data by making recommendations to the MHDO Board of Directors regarding key healthcare topics on which the MHDO should report on. Part B of the bill directs the MHDO to develop and maintain a provider database in collaboration with the Department of Health and Human Services, which will then be used to populate a service locator tool that will be available on a publicly accessible website. MHDO currently collects all kinds of provider data, and I won't get into all the specifics in the interest of time. But this is something that is critically important, as Representative Perry expressed, to our data users as well as to the general public. And we will leverage information that we're already collecting, and work is underway with our data users as well as with the department and specifically MaineCare. So I look forward to working with the committee, DHHS, and other interested parties during the work session. And that concludes my testimony, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Are there questions for Ms. Harrington? All right, seeing none, we thank you for being here and for struggling through the technological challenges, which from our end were not bad at all. So thank you very much. The other 2 folks that I have signed up to speak today, I have signed up as neither for nor against. So if there's anyone else who wishes to speak in support of the bill, please raise your hand at this time. All right, seeing none, I'll take those opposed if you raise your hand at this time. And seeing none, I'll call on Molly Bogart from Maine DHHS.
Good morning, Senator.
Good morning.
Thanks for having me, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the HCIFS committee. I am Molly Bogart, Director of Government Relations for the Department of Health and Human Services, and testifying to bring your attention to a letter from Director Michelle Probert of the Office of MaineCare Services and Maine CDC Deputy Director Nancy Beardsley about this bill. And I think it probably more accurately describe our position as qualified support. I'm going to briefly summarize their letter. It's too long for the 3-minute clock. And also note that Director Probert will gladly participate in the work session and speak more about the exciting work that we are doing with you. So we really, ignore my cat as well, I apologize. We really appreciate the collaboration of Representative Perry and the Maine Health Data Organization with the department to develop this multi-payer healthcare provider database and service locator tool. It would be integrated, as noted, with MaineCare and the department as a whole, and along with the development of a plan to build a more robust multi-payer provider database that would enable carriers to meet their requirements, minimize provider reporting burden, and increase accuracy of the database information. And this will enable the department and providers across the state to be more efficient and effective at identifying appropriate placement and service options for individuals in need, with the potential increased access to critical services to improve the health of Mainers. We, the department, are committed to creating a service locator tool as part of our federal Support for Me grant. In coordination with MHDO, we issued an RFP for the service locator tool in September of 2020 and awarded the RFP to OpenBeds in December 2020. OpenBeds is a subsidiary of Appriss Inc. and provides cloud-based solutions to identify, locate, and make referrals for substance use and mental health treatment in real time to 9 states. And it's also integrated with the prescription monitoring program in Maine. Given the critical need for accurate service and provider data, the department has worked well underway with the MHDO to develop the provider database and is working to finalize a contract for development of the service locator tool. We'll continue this collaboration regardless of the outcome of LD 541, but the passage would certainly help the state on a path to realizing substantial benefits and efficiencies. And the plan called for under this bill would aim to increase the accuracy of our tool and analyses. Maine Care is required by the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to have a provider search tool. And we're currently in conversations with MHDO to determine whether the MHDO provider database could also meet those requirements. And while discussing this internally, Maine CDC and the department's healthcare privacy officer highlighted a few semantic concerns that they would request be changed. And my apologies to both the sponsor and to Karen Lee that those made their way to them significantly delayed. Broadly, we would appreciate additional language that would propose to the proposed statute to clarify that all of the data sharing should be consistent with applicable confidentiality laws and internal policies and processes. I know that's the intent, but having it spelled out would be appreciated. And we'd also like to explore the option of sharing data through memoranda of understanding rather than the rules as directed in statute. So given that, if amenable to the committee, we would greatly appreciate a short amount of time before the work session in which we could hammer out any of those details, but largely are excited about the opportunity that this poses for the state. And
thank you, Ms. Bogart. Are there questions for Ms. Bogart? All right, seeing none, we certainly would like to have you work on the exact language that the department would like to see as an amendment, and just work with Colleen to get us that language. That would be great. This bill was negotiated and the language agreed to in the last session, but things change as we move forward and learn more and have more eyes on things. So we're certainly happy to continue to have the stakeholders work out the finer points and bring those back for our work session.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we will hear from Catherine Pelletreau. Good morning, Ms. Pelletreau, go ahead.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Pellet. Whoops, I'm sorry. Okay, there we go. Gotcha. I couldn't see any of you. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, members of the committee. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm here to speak for the Maine Association of Health Plans, neither for nor against LD 541. As you've heard, this bill has a history, and we were actually very concerned with the original drafting of the bill and appreciated Representative Perry not only bringing stakeholders together, but really listening to concerns and making subsequent changes in the language of the bill that you see before you today. So thanks to her for that. However, that said, we do want to reiterate our concern about any required use of MHDO's provider database. I mean, as we discussed before, for one thing, it doesn't exist now. For a second thing, the requirements around provider directories are levied on health plans. Health plans are accountable for what's in their provider directories, and that will remain. MHDO is not responsible for what is listed in a health plan's provider directory. So with that in mind, and as has been experienced in, I think, at least one other state, possibly more, if MHDO is able to develop a tool that works effectively and efficiently and potentially is less expensive than the health plan's internal processes, the health plans would certainly be willing to consider it. But our concern is any required use, not the attempt to develop something. So that's the first comment. And then the second is that we are generally supportive of data-driven policy. So we're supportive of MHDO's effort to put some more specificity to their reporting and trend information to support you and other policymakers. So with that, I'll conclude. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. Are there questions for Ms. Pelletreau? All right, seeing none, we think, oh, Representative Evans, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mrs. Pelletreau, is there any coordination with your database with MHDO?
I'm hesitating because I think that there are a couple of different answers. The APCD that Karen Lee referred to, the All Payer Claims Data Bank, is populated with claims information from the health plans. So in that sense, there's a very strong relationship between, the data that the MHDO has, because the source is the health plans. But this bill contemplates a new database, which would involve provider information. So it's not claims data, it's provider information. And that data does not currently exist at MHDO. So
thank you.
Great. Are there additional questions for Ms. Pelletreau? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your testimony, and that is the end of the list of folks that I have signed up to speak on this bill. So if you're in our Zoom meeting and wish to provide oral testimony on this bill, please raise your hand now. All right, seeing none, I will close the hearing on LD 541 and let folks know that it'll be scheduled for a work session after we've received the written feedback back from the Department of Health and Human Services about the additional language changes. We are just going to take about a 5-minute break here and then go on to our last public hearing of the morning, which will be a combined hearing on LD 523 and LD 617. And I see that our sponsors have joined us for that hearing. So we'll just take about a 5-minute break and we'll be back at 11:20 to start that hearing. Okay, folks are back. If they could turn on their video so that we know we've got a good amount of the committee back, that would be great. Excellent. We'll just give it another minute or so. And then we will invite Senator Claxton to join our meeting as well if you want to bring him in, Christian. All right. Great. So we will resume our meeting now by opening a combined public hearing on LD 523 and LD 617, which are identical bills. And I will ask Senator Claxton to present his testimony as the sponsor of one of them.
Thank you, Senator Sanborn and Representative Tepler, and respected members of the Joint Standing Committee on Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services. It's good to see some familiar faces and some new faces, and look forward to the prospect of in-person visits tomorrow. My name is Ned Claxton, and I serve Senate District 20, which includes Auburn, Minot, Mechanic Falls, Poland, and New Gloucester. I'm here to introduce LD 523, an act regarding prior authorizations for prescription drugs. As an individual, it's been frustrating and time-wasting to go to a pharmacy to pick up my prescription only to find out that the medicine isn't covered by a reasonable copay on my carrier's approved list. To hear the pharmacist say, that will be $385 for this 90-day prescription is hard for anyone. Many of us have had that happen. That starts the back and forth process to determine whether to stick with the prescribed medicine or seek prior authorization, which at some point becomes not so prior for the patient waiting at the pharmacy, or to switch to an alternative and covered medicine. I knew what to do when that happened. I asked what was the 340B price. Has the FDA released the generic yet? But not everyone knows that. As a physician, much of the back and forth was a huge waste of time for me and my staff, and a source of significant frustration for me and the whole office. Most of my PAs, my prior authorizations, were approved after some delay, but I rarely knew if my patient didn't bother to return to get their medicine. And studies have shown that that occurs about a third of the time when there is a delay in filling a prescription because of PA challenges. It makes for bad medicine. This legislation will make those types of occurrences much less common by providing prescribers with real-time feedback on whether a prior authorization is needed. If a request has been approved, patients will get their medicines more quickly with less hassle, and providers will know that their PA was approved or not. As the approved list migrated during my career from paper to computer, some of the challenges of knowing what is covered by a carrier and what isn't were addressed. In the paper world, for those not yet computerized, that meant trying to find the latest printed version of the OK list. In the electronic world, it's much easier if the lists were promptly updated as soon as they change, but that doesn't always happen on time in the world of medical IT. Establishing real-time electronic communication between the provider and the carrier would improve access to medicines for the patient, improve workflow for provider offices, and make for better healthcare. This bill requires that a carrier adopt an accepted electronic standard and establish bi-directional, real-time flow of prior authorization data. As much as I didn't consistently appreciate or value prior authorizations, they do have value. I accept that they can be useful to carriers, to protect patients, and to guide providers. It is when PAs interfere with care that I get frustrated and want to decrease the barrier to care that they sometimes create. This is not an unreasonable thing to insist on. Medicare took a big step in that direction with the February 1st provision that Part D carriers needed to establish an electronic platform on which to exchange real-time data with providers. Yes, there is good work being done to make such an exchange work better and faster. Several companies have emerged that offer resources to address this need, but without a mandate, the wait for a perfected system becomes the enemy of having a good system that is expected to get better. If it's not achievable for some reason, in spite of the fact that some insurers have been successful at doing this, there are outs built into the bill. Those provisions should allow us to insist that progress be made over the next 21 months to assure that the prior authorization process is not a barrier in establishing better care. Thank you for the opportunity to present this bill, and I welcome any questions you might have.
Are there questions for Senator Claxton? All right, seeing none, we thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you for
And thanks. Next, we'll hear from Representative Brooks, who is also sponsoring the legislation. You need to unmute yourself.
Senator Claxton, with his previous experience, really outlines the situation very well. So, good morning, and I apologize for any redundancy, but good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the Health Coverage, Insurance, and Financial Services Committee. My name is Heidi Brooks, and I represent House District 61, part of Lewiston. I'm here today to present LD 617, an act concerning prior authorizations for prescription drugs. This bill is the committee amendment of LD 2106 that was introduced by the Honorable Dr. Jeff Gratwick in the 129th legislative session. The committee amendment received unanimous support from the committee. Unfortunately, the shortened legislative session due to COVID-19 prevented the legislation from becoming law. Medication prior authorizations are a point of frustration for many patients, their providers, and pharmacists. It is not uncommon for a provider and patient to discuss the indications for prescribing medication. Medications are often indicated to help treat or prevent a medical issue. The provider has determined that the patient would benefit from a certain medication. The provider can describe how the medication will help the patient and also discuss any side effects. The patient may agree that this is the best course of action. When they arrive at the pharmacy counter, they may be shocked to get a very large bill. This happened to my mother during the last year. Her pharmacist told her that one of her medications would be $2,000. She needed prior authorization. The bill would have carriers' prior authorizations standards clear and readily available to enrollees, participating providers, pharmacists, and other providers. The carrier or entity under contract to a carrier would make available to a provider in real time at the point of prescribing one or more electronic benefit tools that are capable of integrating with at least one electronic prescribing system or electronic medical record systems to provide complete, accurate, and timely clinically appropriate formulary and benefit information, along with formulary alternatives and utilization review and prior authorization requirements of each drug presented. The Department of Professional and Financial Regulations, Bureau of Insurance, would monitor compliance. Having the formulary and prior authorization requirements available to the provider and patient at the time of their appointment would eliminate a lot of frustration and administrative burden. Last session, the Maine Medical Association presented testimony, which included a survey of many providers in the state and how prior authorization adversely impacted their patients and their practices. I encourage the committee members to read their testimony and the survey results from last session. Thank you for your consideration of this important measure.
Thank you so much, Representative Brooks. Are there questions for Representative Brooks? All right. Next, we are going to hear from the Honorable Jeff Gratwick. And Senator Claxton, in our committee, we generally don't have the sponsors stick around on camera throughout the hearing, but you're welcome to if you'd like to.
I can go into the waiting room. That's fine.
All right. Thanks so much for being here, Senator Claxton. We'll move you back over to the attendee group now. Honorable Jeff Gratwick, welcome back to the HCIFS committee. Can you hear us?
There's two. That might be the wrong one.
Aha. We'll bring the other one in as well and see if we can get one who can speak to us. Hopefully we'll be able to see his face as well. We'll try this again. Good morning, Honorable Dr. Jeff Gratwick. Can you hear us? If you can hear us, you can unmute your microphone and turn on your camera.
Hang on just a second.
There he is. All right. We heard you for a minute.
Now,
Are you there? Aha. Go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can't see you yet, but we
I
can hear you.
Right. I'm working on that to start the video.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
look at that. Perfect.
Here we are. Thank you so much.
Wonderful. Nice to see
Well,
your face.
It's nice to be here with all of you. And parentheses, I wish I could tell you that I greatly miss being on the HCIFS committee, which I was on for 4 different sessions. If I said that, I would not be telling the truth. So with apologies. My name is Jeff Gratwick. I live in Bangor. I was represented Bangor and Herman in the Senate for 8 years. And I was on this committee as well as the HHS committee. And it's a great pleasure to be here. I have to give you just a very brief background that this bill has been worked on since 2017. And then, as you heard, it's gone through different iterations. It was passed unanimously last time, but then failed because of COVID to be enacted by the Senate. I have to say that, so I've worked on this bill for 4 years. It's gone through many changes, but really I've been working on this bill for 40 years, as long as I've been in practice, because like Senator Claxton, I find that the prior authorization is totally frustrating. And Dr. Evans will agree with me that if all the things that stand in the way of good medical care, this is really near the top, because PAs are confusing, frustrating. They delay needed care. There's a long list, and I will spare you from that. But the real thing is that there's no peer-reviewed data in the literature. There's none. No published studies showing that PAs help or improve quality of care or save money. There's no evidence of that. And curiously, PAs have been around for about 20 years. Before that, they didn't used to exist. And I have to say very bluntly that they're a way that insurance companies seem to love them for reasons that are really quite unclear to me, but there has to be a financial underlayment to this. There was a very good survey by the Maine Medical Association in October of 2018 of 218 doctors in Maine, and unanimously there were 2 who thought they were appropriate, but the others did not think they were very good. Having said that, with Dr. Claxton, I would agree that in certain instances, they are reasonable for very expensive medications, for experimental medications, for certain gene therapy, and for certain very specialized treatment. I think they're very reasonable. The landscape has changed since we talked about this last year, because as of February, CMS has now said that this is a required interface, and I can quote that in the Federal Register should you so wish, but that there should be this computer interface that is now operative, and that was true as of February 1st. This I will have been said, we'll say it's been in the works in the federal CMS, the federal government, for the last 8 years. And if anybody has trouble with insomnia on this commission, I would strongly recommend you read the Federal Register and see all the questions that they raised about this, which are answered in excruciating detail. But there's that perspective. A lot of it had to do with the kinds of communication, the scripts that they were using. But so there's
there's that, which has really changed the landscape of at our prior hearing last year, one of the CARES representatives was rather candid, maybe inappropriately so, saying that this they realized this was a good idea, but quote, they didn't have to, unquote, therefore they didn't do it, unquote. And so this means that that private carriers have to do this. I will say parenthetically, also that this is a very cost-effective thing for the carriers to do. Right now, you'll see in the Federal Register that it costs $1.87 if a carrier has an electronic PA. It costs roughly $10 if the carrier has to go through a manual check on this, and it costs $25 if there's an appeal for the carrier. In other words, $187 versus $10 or $25. It's estimated that this costs healthcare anywhere from between 23 and $31 billion a year, which is a bunch of money. So at any rate, I'm very happy to answer any questions. This is something about which, see, now that I'm out of the legislature, I can speak with passion. This is something that drives me totally nuts.
We didn't know that when you were in the legislature, Senator. You didn't make that at all clear to us back then.
I see. Well, now I can think a really good medical psychiatric term, drives me nuts. So I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you all. And in one sense, everybody has I'm sorry, I'm going to diverge, a post-legislative life, which is very nice, but I miss my friends. That's the major thing. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Grawick, or I guess Mr. Grawick. I don't know, Honorable Grawick. Representative Evans, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I may be out of order, and if so, I apologize. But I want to thank Dr. Claxton, Dr. Gratwick, and Dr. Brooks for bringing this forward. Thank you.
We'll allow it. Thank you, Dr. Evans, as well. All right. Are there questions for the Honorable Dr. Gratwick? All right. Seeing none, we thank you for being here. It's nice to see your face, and we hope to see you again soon in person. All right. So just to alleviate any suspense today, I am going to invite Catherine Pelletreau to testify next in support of the bill. Go ahead, Ms. Pelletreau. Welcome back.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and esteemed members of the committee, as well as Senator Gratwick, Senator Claxton. My name is Catherine Pelletreau. I'm here to speak in support of these two bills on behalf of the Maine Association of Health Plans. I think Senator Gratwick put it well to say that the landscape has changed. Many of you are familiar with the history of this bill and others like it. I'm not going to belabor that. You've heard it from several already. What I will say is that carriers have done a tremendous amount of work with providers and other stakeholders, have invested in the technology, and are now able to meet the requirements of the bill before you. We're supportive of it, and we hope that providers will use it very broadly. That said, I do also want to draw your attention to the difference between real-time prior auth for prescription drugs and real-time prior auth for medical services. They are not one and the same. And the landscape is far more advanced for prescription drugs than it is for medical services. So while we are there on the drugs, the industry is not yet there on medical services, although a great deal of work is underway to meet similar goals. So let me stop there. Thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Pelletreau. And with any luck at all, we'll do this one thing and then quickly move on to getting there on the rest of it as well, particularly if it's just about the ability to convey medical records quickly, because that is certainly something that we're getting better at very rapidly in the technology. Are there questions for Ms. Pelletreau? All right, seeing none, we thank you for your support for the bill and we thank you for testifying today. Next we will hear from Ms. Harvey McPherson.
Yeah.
Good morning, go ahead.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and committee members. My name is Lisa Harvey McPherson, and I'm here to speak in support of this bill on behalf of Northern Light Health. You've had great testimony this morning from the sponsors and others on the level of frustration that the non-electronic process creates. So I echo that, and I'm going to talk about 2 points that haven't been raised yet. For Northern Light Health, we understand that some, but not all of the carriers have the capacity for the electronic interface. So we absolutely support all having that capacity. But when we talked with our providers, it was really important to them that I emphasize the need for the carriers to really work with the providers and their electronic health record infrastructure. So it's a real-time interface embedded in the electronic record. It's a big dissatisfier to be with a patient in that electronic record, talking with that patient about the medication, and then having to leave that environment to go into another environment to look up information. That will impact how heavily the system is utilized. So we want to work with the carrier so it's real time. If my doctor wants to prescribe prescription X, it's in my electronic health record. He can go in and click on information and it's there and it's all real time. That's what we envision and that's what we want to work to achieve. I also have a recommendation for a change in the bill. The bill states that the carriers need to develop an electronic benefit tool capable of integrating with at least one electronic prescribing system or electronic medical system. We would ask that that term, at least one, be removed from the bill. We want this bill and this law to strongly encourage integration with all of the electronic health records and all of the electronic prescribing systems. So the term at least one could exclude Northern Light Health, for example, if the at least one system was a health center. So we want this to be a rich environment with lots of engagement. And so we ask that that term, at least one, be removed from the bill. And I welcome any questions that you have.
Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Harvey McPherson. Ms. Harvey McPherson, do the various electronic medical records integrate with each other?
By and large, the interface of information is through Health InfoNet, but that's not exclusive. There is some interfacing capacity, and I can get out over my skis like really quick in this space. And I can certainly get more information, but by and large, Health InfoNet is relied upon to be a source of information as a repository from all of the health records. So I'm going into Health InfoNet and looking at scans, for example, that were done at MaineMed. That's a common event.
Okay, if I could follow up just for a second, I guess it's difficult for me to expect carriers to address an issue that I think that providers will also have to address, the integration of the electronic medical records, so that there don't have to be multiple systems in place in order for everyone to talk to each other. I think that, you know, getting together on a single, I don't know what the right word is, platform, is important for everyone in order for communication to be seamless.
Yep. So our request is to work with us on that interface capacity and capability. If it can't be achieved, then it can't be achieved. But what we really wanted to avoid was having the doctor or nurse practitioner or PA, whoever is prescribing, saying, well, Lisa, I got to shut down this record and I'm going to go over here to this website and I'm going to log into this website and I'm going to look up a lot of information while you're sitting there. And then I'm going to log out of that and come back into your record. If we can build that interface through, so that when they're in, you know, our system, we click within that system over to that site and back, that's what we're looking for.
Understood. And Ms. Harvey McPherson, I think there's like, is it accurate to say there are 2 major EHR providers in the country?
There's, well, in terms of the health space, there's Epic, and then there's Cerner, and we're a Cerner system, and I believe you'll have testimony from Maine Health and others. They're an Epic system. So they're in the hospital provider space. Those are big vendors. I'm not sure, for example, for federally qualified health centers and others, what their systems are.
Okay, thanks. And for folks who are listening, you know, any additional information that you'd like to provide for us in writing prior to our work session about electronic health records and the different systems and how the bill could be tailored to ensure more interoperability would be welcomed by the committee. Representative Arford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for our guest, and that is simply, what are the why have is there, just in a very simple answer, why have the systems evolved the way they are today where they're not inoperable? What are the barriers that are inherent in these electronic medical record systems that keep them from talking to one another, other than the fact that they come obviously from different, what is that barrier?
So this, I'll preface this. This is my general sense, and this would not be an opinion that I've done deep research on. But my general sense is electronic health records, for whatever the provider medium is proprietary information. And as the systems matured, the proprietary systems designed their systems to work well with each other and the interfaces that they built. For example, if you have a hospital and a nursing home and a home health agency, all with the same vendor, they were designed to talk to each other, but it was proprietary to that vendor. So there's a lot of direction nationally around having the systems talk to each other. And that by and large is controlled by the vendors in these large companies and the platforms that they own. And that's the challenge.
Thank you.
Are there additional questions for Ms. Harvey McPherson? All right, seeing none, we'll hear from Sarah Calder from Maine Health. Good morning, go ahead.
Good morning, Senator Sanborn, Representative Tepler, and members of the committee. My name is Sarah Calder. I'm the Director of Government Affairs here at Maine Health, and I'm here to testify in support of both of these bills. I will not repeat everything that has been said. I did submit written testimony, although I am one of those offenders that submitted it this morning, so I apologize, but would echo what Representative, I don't know if I just upgraded you, Lisa, but what Ms. Harvey McPherson mentioned. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Calder. Are there questions for Ms. Calder? Okay. Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony. And next we'll hear from Dan Morin from the Maine Medical Association. Good morning, Mr. Morin. Go ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Chairwoman Tepler and members of the committee. I'm Dan Morin, Director of Communications and Government Affairs for the Maine Medical Association, testifying in support of both bills. I'm going to cut it real short and just say we pretty much stand on our written testimony. We agree with the comments from Lisa and the suggested amendments, especially the phrase rich environment with lots of engagement. I love that particularly, and be happy to answer any questions. And I want the chair to know that I do know it is the month of March, not February, and sorry, Christian.
Thank you for that. Mr. Morin had some trouble finding the hearing listed this morning because it's not in February. All right, so are there questions for Mr. Morin? Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just wondering if Mr. Morin can shed some light on the ability of the EHRs to talk to each other in Maine.
You know, I'm really glad you asked that. I was gonna talk about that, and you asked that, and I had it written down that, you know, we heard about Cerner, we heard about Epic, but the independent medical practices, I'm going to do a survey of all the independents that I have on a list and see what they use, what's most common, how many different ones there are out there, and some of the challenges, and I'll have that for you for the work session. So excellent question. Thank you very much, Representative Tepler.
Thank you, Mr. Morin. Yep. Great. Are there any other questions for Mr. Morin? Excellent. Seeing none, I do not have anyone registered to speak against the bill. So if you wish to speak against the bill, please raise your hand at this time. Seeing none, we will move on to Superintendent Chapa, who is signed up to speak neither for nor against. Good morning, Superintendent. Go ahead.
Good morning, Senator. And with the committee's indulgence, I will skip the part of my testimony that describes the bill.
Great.
As I said, I'm Superintendent of Insurance Eric Chapa, and I'm here to testify neither for nor against Bill LD 523, which is identical to 617. I'd just like to note two things. First, we note that the additional cost to assess carriers' compliance and submit a report can likely be absorbed within the Bureau's existing resources. And second, there's an unallocated provision that directs the Bureau to monitor compliance with this new electronic transmission requirement. We don't object to that, of course, but we just know I currently have the authority to investigate violations of the insurance code broadly and don't need specific authority to do so. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Are there questions for the superintendent? All right. I don't see any. We thank you for the brevity of your comments, and we'll take them under advisement at the work session. Are there any other folks who wish to testify in any capacity on this bill? Please raise your hand in the Zoom call now. Seeing none, we will close the hearing on LD 523 and LD 617. And we'll be scheduling a work session, again, not for this week, but potentially for next week on this bill. I think with that, Colleen, I would like to get the language review out of the way now before we break for lunch, since we've only been going for about a half an hour now. So I think the committee's got a little bit of stamina before we break for lunch. So
sure.
Let's do our language review. Thanks.
Okay. You want to go in numerical order?
Sure.
Okay. So I did have a chance to email these out to everybody earlier. Hold on one second. I have so many up. I have all these primed to share with you. So here we go. If we go in numerical order, I'm going to flip over to start with LD1, the majority report. As I said, I was able to email all of these to everyone right before you started this morning. So I'll try to make it a little bigger. But just to share with you, this is the majority report. It also has the fiscal review, which I'll note at the end. I guess I'll just try to highlight a few things that changed from the version that you saw earlier. So just to call it to your attention, most of this language I think wasn't changed at the committee's work session. I would note that for revisor's office processing purposes, instead of striking and replacing all of the emergency preamble, which was in the original bill, for their processing purposes, they went in and just amended the emergency preamble. So that's what these first two paragraphs are. We added a reference to screening and then removed the reference in the emergency preamble to the telehealth provisions that were included in the original bill. So that's what these first two paragraphs are doing. And then the remainder of the amendment is striking out all of parts A, B, and C, which were in the original bill, and then adding new parts A, B, and C. So section 1, which we talked about earlier, is just adding a reference in the balance billing provisions to prohibit balance billing by out-of-network providers for COVID-19 screening and testing. Section A2, this is where we made some changes relative to the notice requirements. I just note that here we made some amendments at the suggestion of healthcare providers, clarified that the notice is provided at the time a patient schedules or registers for screening or testing services and before providing screening or testing services, to recognize that there may be sort of online registration platforms that people use, and that the disclosures could be provided as part of that. Clarifying in paragraph A that the notice would be of any upfront charge or payment for screening and testing services, and then information about whether the provider will submit a claim on the patient's behalf, or whether the patient will need to submit a claim for reimbursement to the patient's health insurance carrier or to the department, and here it's the Department of Health and Human Services if someone is covered by main care. Also notifying them that there's an opportunity to request coverage under the emergency main care program, and then to the extent applicable, inform any patient who's required to make a payment or an upfront charge that there are locations available where no payments are required, and direct them to the state's publicly accessible website to find those locations. Subsection 2 just added clarification there in this section that the prohibition applies to uninsured patients for administering COVID-19 vaccines or any associated costs of administration. And then that phrase is the phrase that we'll use again in section A3, and we've talked about that at the last work session. The next section, A3, this is the provision that requires health insurance carriers to provide or meet minimum requirements of coverage for screening, testing, and immunization for COVID-19. I did want to point out we've added the definition here specifically for this particular COVID-19 virus or any virus mutating from that virus. There's a definition of surveillance testing program that also was added. So the revisor's office, working with them, we've added a definition section rather than putting it right in the paragraphs. For testing, carrier shall provide coverage for screening and testing, except when that testing is part of a surveillance testing program. Paragraph B, I just note this is where we pulled up the reference to costs of administration. We talked about that, making it clear that carriers may not impose any requirement on a consumer to pay for those costs. And we removed the prior language in the previous versions that spoke to what the carrier needed to reimburse providers for. So we refocused it on consumers and what they would be required to pay. So that change was in paragraph B. The rest of it really remained the same. I would point out the additional clarification in paragraph E that when we're talking about out-of-network providers that provide COVID-19 screening and testing, this paragraph specifies that carriers reimburse those providers in accordance with the requirements for reimbursement for out-of-network providers under the surprise billing section. So this refers specifically to that section related to reimbursement and removes prior references in the earlier versions that would allow independent dispute resolution. So it takes out that. Subsection 3 related to immunization, really the only change to note for you is again in paragraph B, putting the reference to all associated costs of administration back into the language that goes to what a carrier may impose or require consumers to pay. So they're not permitted to impose any deductible copayment, coinsurance, or other cost sharing for the cost of vaccines, including any costs of administration. Added the language exempting this provision from a mandate review, which we talked about. And then here in paragraph B, we talked about this last time as well. This is consistent with the language that was presented last week in the majority report that would require carriers to provide coverage for valid prescriptions for an extended period of time not to exceed 180 days during a statewide state of emergency. So we did add in that language clarifying that would be a statewide state of emergency declared by the governor. And it provides exemptions for current law provisions related to allowing longer prescriptions for contraceptive supplies, and then the specific limits related to coverage of opioids and the limits on prescribing opioids that are in Title 32. Section B2 is the language that authorizes pharmacists to administer and order COVID-19 vaccines. Again, it includes the language exempting this coverage requirement in the first section related to insurance carriers from a mandate review. And then the last section is Part C, which is the unallocated section related to permitted delegation of vaccine administration at point of dispensing sites. Really, the only clarification that was made from the earlier version was just clarifying that any on-site clinician that's named in a memorandum of understanding or an addendum has the authority to delegate administration of vaccines subject to the testing and training requirements, that are in place here in subsection 3, and then some requirements for record keeping in section 4. So that's the majority report. The fiscal note I did want to point out for you, in the review that the Office of Fiscal and Program Review did, they believe the requirements in the bill may increase costs of the state employee health plan by minor amounts, and any of those costs will likely be reflected through changes in premiums for future fiscal years. So they don't expect that it will have any effect in currently, and because it does note a minor cost increase, my expectation is that if the bill moves forward, it would not be referred to the special appropriations table. So it could be enacted without that happening. So that's my expectation based on how other bills that have fiscal notes noting minor cost increases have been handled. So that's the majority amendment. I'm happy to answer any questions about that, and then I can point out to you the two places where the minority report differs from the majority report. Next.
Are there questions regarding the majority report? Okay, seeing none, go ahead and move us along.
Great, okay. So the minority report really only differs from the majority report in 2 ways. And I'll just focus and go straight to those places where there are differences on page 4. So it's printed as if it's, since they're both intended to replace the original bill, both amendments are printed in their entirety. So all the language is the same except for on page 4, I'll note these changes. The first change is that the minority report proposes to repeal or sunset all of the provisions in Part A on December 31 of 2023. So that's the first change, the addition of section A5 here. And then the second change relates to the language in section B1, which is the coverage of prescriptions during an emergency declared by the governor. While the majority report had a period of time not to exceed 180 days, the minority report lowers that from 180 days to 90 days, which is circled there. Also includes the language that it be during a statewide state of emergency declared by the governor. But the minority report further makes reference to the Title 22 provisions, which relate to specifically to a public health emergency. So the minority amendment would only apply these provisions for a statewide state of emergency due to a public health threat. So that's the change. And then also the minority amendment adds this additional phrase at the end, which is underlined after the reference to subsection 2A, that it would be available to an enrollee who has been stable on the prescription drug for at least 6 months and has an existing relationship with the provider who issued the prescription. So those are the two changes, substantive changes between the majority report and the minority report. And then just flipping to the fiscal note, it's the same fiscal information or fiscal impact for both amendments. So that's LD1.
Anybody have any comments on LD1? Representative Morris.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just on our minority report, I think we've been texting here, and I think there were a couple changes that I guess it didn't come through clear enough when we talked about it last week. I believe, as I've been texting with my people, that we wanted to sunset the testing piece on part 1, and we were good with 180 days with those if those other provisions were met. So we were fine with the 180, but it just had to have those conditions as laid out: the public health emergency and the and that they had to have had be stable on the drug and have an existing relationship with the prescriber.
Okay, let me pull this back up so I know where I need to make the change, which I can do.
And
you just make this 180.
Yes.
Okay, and then with regard to the repeal, you only wanted to repeal this particular provision related to testing, and then immunization the same.
The immunization was fine to stay.
Okay.
I believe that was our intent, was just to repeal to have a sunset review on the testing
So
piece.
just subsection 2 here.
Let me look at the full bill here, Colleen. I believe so, yes. I think that's what we're after.
Oh, that's fine. So then what I would do in sending this back to the revisor's office is I'll add a paragraph F here that will just say this subsection is repealed December 31 of 2023. The rest would remain the same. Is that that make sense?
I think so, and I think I'm looking at some of my other committee members.
I can pull myself off the sharing screen so you can see. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I think so. I think that if that's okay with the rest of my folks. Yep, I'm seeing John. I'm sorry, Representative Connor shaking his head. I think Representative Quinton Blyer were okay with those two changes as well.
Okay, great. I will make those changes.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
And thank you, Representative Morris, because I didn't think that was what the minority report was, so I was a little surprised. So I appreciate that because it's much closer to what I thought the minority report was as well. So I'm glad to know that it is what I thought it was. So that's helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Welcome.
Okay.
All right. Next up.
Yeah, let's go back to then just going in numerical order. The next one, this is LD 172. This is an act to improve prescription information access. This would amend the bill, turn it into a resolve, asking the Board of Pharmacy to evaluate existing accommodations available to persons who are visually impaired to access prescription information. You didn't see this language earlier, so I do want to call your attention to it to make sure I included all of the elements that you thought would be necessary in directing the Board of Pharmacy to complete their evaluation. So starting on page, I'll sort of try to highlight it for you here. If I can highlight it. I don't know if I can do it very well.
We can see it. It's okay.
You can see it. Okay.
Yeah.
With this, I had to copy scan it, so it's a little fuzzy, I think. But it would require the Board of Pharmacy to survey all pharmacies in the state to determine the existing accommodations available to patients who are visually impaired, including labeling information and the ways in which they can help distinguish between prescription medication containers of eye drops or other medications. The board shall gather information from pharmacies, including the number of persons who are visually impaired served by that pharmacy, the accommodations that they currently provide, and any barriers for a pharmacy to provide accommodations requested by a person who's visually impaired. And then the board shall also evaluate the extent to which pharmacies are providing accommodations that meet best practices. And that the board would be asked to report back to the HCIFS committee January of 2022. And the committee would then have authority to submit legislation to the second session of the 130th legislature.
Looks good to me. Any other feedback on this language and the fiscal note?
Yeah, the fiscal note here is additional costs to the Board of Pharmacy can be absorbed within their existing budget. And again, any minor cost increases to the other special revenue funds, not to the general fund.
Great.
Okay. Moving on to LD 254. This is an act to allow certified registered nurse anesthetists to bill for their services. You'll recall that the original bill had an application date of January 1 of 2023. This would just go in and strike that, replace it with 2022, so that the provisions, if enacted, would apply to health policies issued or renewed on or after January 1 of 2022.
Great.
And then the fiscal note, again, minor cost increase can be absorbed within existing budget.
Great.
And then
Any
the
comments
last,
on that?
oh, sorry. I'll go.
Nope, seeing none. Go ahead.
Okay, great. And then the last is LD 274. This was the resolve directing MHDO to determine best methods and definitions to use in collecting data related to racial and ethnic disparities in the provision of healthcare. The committee had voted to add an emergency preamble to the resolve. So that's what this does. Just says that, describes what the resolve directs MHDO to do. That because the resolve requires MHDO to submit a report by October 1 of 2021, immediate enactment is necessary to provide them the adequate time to complete the task required in the resolve. And adds an emergency clause as well. And the fiscal information here, any additional cost to MHDO expected to be minor and can be absorbed utilizing existing budgeted resources. And I think actually that might be a mistake referring to the general fund. So I'll clarify that with the fiscal office, because MHDO is primarily supported by other special revenue funds. So I just noticed that, and I'll follow up with that.
Thanks.
Yep. So those were the four. And assuming committee is all okay with letting those move forward, my expectation is they would appear on one of your supplements tomorrow or Thursday. I don't know how quickly they'll appear on the supplements, but they'll be ready to be reported out.
Great. And Colleen, do you know if all of us will have to sign off on them via email or just the chairs in order to allow them to move forward?
So I'm not sure if you've received any communication already from the Legislative Information Office, but my understanding is with regard to the unanimous amendments, 172, 254, and 274, one of the chairs will just need to respond, I believe, by email, and that will serve as approval of the signature. And the same process for the divided report, but I think each individual member will need to respond by email when you get that communication from the Legislative Information Office that you approve, or it can be signed for you, and they will move forward and do that. That's my understanding of how that process is going to work.
Yeah, I wanted to flag that for the committee, just a minute. So I did want to flag that for the committee that LD1 will come to each of you. And you need to just reply to the email. You don't need to reply all to the email. You can just reply to the email. It'll come from Casey Milligan, and you can just reply to it and just put agreed or something like that. You don't have to print anything out or scan anything. You can just hit reply and hit agreed if the report looks as you expect it to. And that'll help us expedite this. So do be looking for that. I expect it may come out this afternoon for LD1. And this is our first divided report out of this committee.
Yes.
So that's why I wanted to highlight that piece of it. Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Yeah, I basically wanted to say what you just said. So really all I need to do is remind folks, I know there were some concerns that this was coming from LIO from some members, but that's where it's coming from right now. Normally we sign a piece of paper, but all you have to do is, as Heather said, click reply and approve.
Great. And please do hit reply and not reply all if you wouldn't mind, because it'll help us all manage our inboxes a little bit better. We just did one in my other committee and there was a lot of emails. Yeah. Okay. And just as a quick update for the committee as well, Colleen is working on drafting language responsive to the report on ambulance billing. But we have been asked not to report out a second bill to refer to HHS, but instead to send a letter to HHS asking them to look at the report and report out a bill, I think is how that would work, or to use a different vehicle that they may already have in their possession to consider adding the rural and super rural surcharges for ambulance billing. So that's just how we're going to handle that. And I wanted to give you guys a heads up about that. Colleen will have that letter for us probably next week, I would think, at this point.
Yeah,
Representative Tepler, go ahead. You're on mute.
There we go. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am wondering whether our compromise works if HHS chooses not to report out a bill that includes the rural and super rural charges.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think the report listed a bunch of recommendations. I don't think that they're all necessarily dependent on being implemented 100% in order to be survivable, because there's a cost study that's involved. There's a whole bunch of other things that I think are going to help us get a handle on this within a 2 to 3 year period. But yeah, I think that the participants in the working group were well aware that we might not get rate increases through main care funded. And so I'm just trying to be pragmatic in making that a separate vehicle. And also having the correct committee consider it along with other main care considerations. Are there any further questions on the ambulance report? Okay. The only remaining work we have for this afternoon is that Commissioner Head did want to get back to us with regard to our questions about mental health counseling licensing. And so we will hear a report from her at 1:30 today. So we'll reconvene then on this Zoom channel to get some more updated information from her. I expect that to be a relatively brief meeting. Does anybody else have any announcements before we adjourn?
I just wanted to say I did email the memo from Commissioner Head this morning. So if folks want to have a chance to review that before, it should be in your email, and I'll also have the ability to share the screen if folks want to do that as she's presenting this afternoon as well. So
great, thanks, Colleen. Representative Connor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to just let you know for the record, unfortunately, I won't be able to be here for this afternoon. I'll be in HHS in work committee, so I just wanted to be on the record for that. But I will go back and review the video of Commissioner Head later.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, all right. Representative Malrano, go ahead.
Yep, sorry, thank you. Did we say 1:30? My screen froze, so okay.
Yes, sorry, 1:30 is when we'll hear from Commissioner Head, and then we'll be done with our work for the day. Okay, great. All right, have a good lunch, everybody, and we'll see you at 1:30.
9 as a unanimous spot to pass. I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Representative Morris, I have a question.
Yes.
Yeah. We be around this afternoon. I'm going to email you the markup of the minority amendment, so you can make sure that I'm doing it with the way we talked about it before I send it back to Ross. So will you be around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. I'll be around. Absolutely.
I'll do that when we finish up. Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay. Yep.
All right. It looks like Commissioner Head hasn't joined us yet.
I know she's juggling back and forth between the IDEA committee and this committee, but she thought she was be available to join us. So.
Okay. We'll just wait for her for a few minutes. And if it doesn't work, this is something that I think we can address after session as well. I don't think it has to be addressed today.
Right. Okay. One other thing I wanted to just mention is the budget report to the Appropriations Committee is due on Friday. And we already went through it, but I haven't had a chance to share with you just the brief memo. So my thinking was that I would do that through email tomorrow for you to have a day or so to look at and to approve before I send to them on Friday, if that makes sense.
Yes.
Okay, everything was unanimous. It's pretty straightforward, I think, but I just want to make sure everybody sees it before we send it off. So, okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. Nothing controversial there. There she is. Commissioner Head is in our attendee list now, so we can bring her in.
And just let me know if you want me to share the memo as she speaks too, because I can do that as well.
Okay. All right. You sound like you're coming to us from an airplane hangar, Commissioner Head, with all of the airplane engines running.
Well, this is actually the quietest place in the whole department. And I'd be with you over in your offices, but I'm sorry about that. I will try to speak loudly, and I'm sure we can get through this. As you recall, thank you very much for the opportunity to come back to you. As you know, my staff and I have been working very hard, digging into the details of our licensing process for counselors. And what I have for you today is somewhat different than I brought to you last week. What I want to say here is that there are many pages to this. I don't want to go through this reading it to you. You can certainly do that on your own. I want to refer you to page 5 of the documents that I sent forward this morning to Colleen. I'll just say while she's maybe doing that, we also included here a bit of a preface, and in light of the questions that you asked me last week, we have presented 3 detailed examples. Those start on page 2. I'll get to the attachment later.
Yep, let's just go to page 5 as you suggested. Okay. I appreciated the detailed examples, and I'll read through them more carefully when I get a chance. But let's work on this. Looks like a plan for moving forward. Yes. So I'm excited to hear from you about that.
So we've done elements of our search have been the following. I have met several times with the licensing staff assigned to this program. We have talked about the challenges that they have faced, as well as what they think our licensees are facing because of the difficulty of this process. I have also consulted with the governor's staff on some positions that I want to create. And I've also reached out to the leaders of the Concerned Therapists of Maine to thank them for sharing their thoughts and asking them to join with us in this small group of technical and licensing staff and myself to talk about their experiences individually and get their thoughts on their ideas about how they are licensed in other states. And I want to quickly move to a set of improvements that can be put in place fairly quickly. And what I have here are bullet points on what I plan to do. This is separate and apart from what the committee wants to do in the budget process. This is just what I am going to do. I will create one limited term position funded with permanent salary savings to support the behavioral health licensing group. That limited term position can be carried into the next biennial budget and made permanent. I also want to bring on some temporary staff to handle some administrative functions like answering phones and taking messages to support the licensing staff that are actually engaged in the review of applications and work directly with applicants. Our ALMS database, which is where we store our licensees' information, is good as far as it goes. And I think there are some fairly direct changes that we can make with our technical staff assigned to the ALMS program to be clearer in the online and the paper application material. I think what we're starting to see is the reason for so many phone calls to the office is that people just don't have time to sort out what these terms mean, and they need help with that. I think that that's not unusual in some of our licensing systems, but because of the way the statute and rules are put together, it may be more difficult in this profession. Okay, so then the fourth thing is I believe the existing board rules need to be clarified to remove confusing provisions and eliminate unnecessary or redundant regulations. I'm sorry, I'm looking at a screen that doesn't look like I'm even in front of you.
You're here. We can see you, and then we can also see the documents. So that's helpful to us. So with the board's help and the staff and the attorney generals assigned to this program, we are going to undertake a review of every chapter of this board's rules that have not been amended in several years, bring them up to date, and engage the board itself in talking to us about what they think is important to put in the rules and what can be discarded. I honestly believe that's part of the problem. We need to eliminate confusion, and I think that's going to be a satisfying process for both the staff and our licensees. It would have to be consistent with the APA rulemaking process, so that's not going to be a quick fix at all. So I've tried to line up the things that we can do immediately in terms of our staffing, and then I want to end with engaging the leaders of this group of therapists called Concerns Therapists of Maine as a focus group to better understand how the licensing process can be improved. And I have reached out to Katie Dolinsky, who signed the letter to the Attorney General, and we had a very good exchange of thoughts, and she and a couple of other therapists will join with us in our, if you call it a focus group. But we need to learn from them exactly what's happening when we only see one side of it. So that's really what I wanted to relate to you today. As I say, this is already underway. I've had several discussions with the DAF's leader who outlined a couple of different options, and we thought that this was the quickest way to enlarge the staff of this program and
bring on the temporary staff. So the only other thing I wanted to say today was you asked very specific questions about what kind of communication, when somebody files an application, what do they receive from this office? And the answer is this. If people use the online licensing platform to submit an application, even if it's incomplete, they receive an immediate, automatic, from the system notification that it acknowledges their receipt of the application. It shows them what is missing if it's incomplete, and gives them an opportunity to see with a link exactly what the requirements are. That is only available right now in an online setting. We will quickly move to the same kind of automatic notification in the paper process, which is much more time intensive and does not immediately notify the applicant of the status of their application. They are told to go onto our public website to check on their individual application, but it does not give sufficient information to them as to exactly what is missing. So there is work to do there. We had thought about, and this I'm sharing this with you because we discarded the idea. We could have we could have changed the online system to prevent the submission of an application unless it had complete information attached. That was an option when we first started looking at this. It was my decision not to do that because I felt that the information that was being transmitted to us was complex enough that we wouldn't be able to satisfy anybody if we didn't have a difference between the paper process and the online. Now, as it turns out, there are problems with both. So it's not just one focus. We're going to have to look at this whole program. So I'm not going to take up any more of your time. I do think that the attachments here show a couple of examples of what that notification looks like. So we're already underway, and I wanted to assure this committee that I'm doing as much as I can that's under my control, and I will work on it until it's done. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Head, and thank you for being back to us so quickly after we asked you those questions late on Thursday afternoon. Representative Tepler, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Commissioner, I am just so impressed with what you've done in this short time period and how you've looked into this. And the only thing I think this committee needs to understand a little more clearly is whether or not we should report back to the Appropriations Committee that limited term position should be included as a permanent position in the next budget.
I am not going to try to answer that question. The reason I chose this method of increasing the staff number for this work group is that it's under my control. I have the funding. I can do the FJA work, and I know that Commissioner Figueroa is there with me. So if you choose to do that, that's your decision. If it makes the committee feel more comfortable, then by all means, that's fine. I will not wait for the biennial budget to do anything. It's just too far in the future. I don't know what the status of the supplemental is, but that's not an option for me right now. So I don't know I think that answers your question, Representative Tepler, and I appreciate it. it is very rare that a committee offers to help us with this kind of problem. So I want you to know how much I appreciate that. And I will keep you informed, obviously, if I run into any roadblock, but I'm pretty sure that I've met with all of my colleagues in the administration to work out those details.
Thank you. So I guess the only little follow-up I have would be, are you fairly convinced that when the other items are ironed out, that and when you're over the bump, you may not need that additional?
I didn't catch the last couple of words. I'm sorry. That I won't need what?
The additional person.
Oh no, I am convinced I need that person permanently.
Okay, good.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
And so I have a similar question, Commissioner, about the temporary staff to handle administrative functions. I realize that you've put it in that way because you can do that within your own existing resources. But would it make more sense for us to create in the next biennial a position that is an administrative assistant type position, or in order to provide that support going forward?
I have no objection to that. I mean, I can't. My goal is to make sure this program is managed appropriately. A temporary position then made permanent is a higher level position than the temporary staff, significantly higher. So I want to keep that person on the substantive issues. And I do have some other resources to bring on and to do the administrative work. I mean, our phones will always ring. We will always need to email people. So that is something that I haven't really faced yet. I mean, I can have somebody on a temporary basis for 1 year. So I would, if I thought that I needed another position, I would put that in my biennial budget request. I hope I understand what you're saying.
I don't totally understand, because we're here in this strange place where you've already submitted your biennial request and now you're seeing these problems, and we're asking, so our report back isn't due until Friday. We can tell the AFA committee that biennial request should be revised, not that you're saying it has to be revised, but that we're saying it should be revised in light of this new information. But I'm confused as to the timing of what you're talking about. If it's a 1 year position that you have funds for, I want to make sure that what we're suggesting to AFA instead is that you're able to hire a person and then keep that person on, because it's no good to hire somebody for 1 year and not be able to tell them whether you're going to have funding for them for the following year.
Understood. So here's what my thought is on this. Yes, I'm not going to turn down a position. If your committee is agreeable to do that, I'm fine with it. I would appreciate that. At this point, I don't know what level of staff I will need. I could be in a position of needing another substantive licensing supervisor. So I don't know how to describe the position that your committee may insert. Okay. I don't want to describe it as administrative, because then I'm limited to the skill set involved. So I know that this is a difficult area. Do
you want to get back to us?
Yeah, let me consult with some people that I rely on for this kind of information and guidance, and I will get back to you. Your deadline is Friday.
It is, but Commissioner Head, let me just try and let me try and restate what our question is, because I think Representative Tepler and I have two separate but related questions.
Okay.
They're about the first two bullet points on your plan.
Yeah.
And they're about, we understand what you can do and that you're going to take action without us passing anything, because the biennial won't pass until at least June in any case, right? Or at least pretty close to June 30th if passed is prologue, right? So
Right.
That's too far for us to wait. So I understand you taking immediate action. Love it. Second piece, but the question is, what should be in that biennial budget that goes into effect on July 1 so that those positions can continue into the future and we don't have to, monkey around with getting someone trained and then not able to continue their position because we haven't properly allocated. And I believe it's 2 positions, although it may be more than 2 if you're telling me that in order to cover the phones, we need 2 separate people perhaps, but at a lower administrative level, and then someone at a higher level that's actually processing the applications themselves. Representative Tepler and I are trying to wrap our heads around what those positions look like and what we can allocate. The other question to me is whether it is, in fact, I assume it's just an allocation, right? This is about giving you authorization to spend dollars that already exist within the other special revenue that you have at hand. This isn't a request for general funds. Is that right?
That's correct. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly right. Okay. We would never expect to get any general fund revenue. No.
Exactly.
So if we needed a fee increase to maintain those staff members into the future, then that's how we would handle that.
That's right.
So I understand now what you're asking, and maybe it is 2 positions, but I would like, just a little more time to sort of make this more concrete in my mind so that you can take it and report back to the AFA committee.
That would be great. And I think, I think all of us understand this is a problem that we want to solve, that we want to give you the tools to solve. And because we're within other special revenue, we're in a place where it makes sense for us to get this right. We should have the correct amount of staff for the demand so that we're able to have mental health services provided quickly by the appropriately licensed personnel in our communities. So I think this is urgent. I think it's COVID related. I appreciate that you put together a plan that can be implemented without our budget action, but I also want to make sure we take budget action on it and get the allocations correct going forward. So yeah, email is best. Just get back in touch with us through Colleen, and we can take action on it before Friday as well to get it into our report back.
Very good. Perfect.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Appreciate it.
I think there may be more questions if you have a minute. Representative Arford, go ahead.
Thank you so much for being here with us, Commissioner, and thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to check back with you. I had previously asked the question of whether or not you thought that the disruption caused by COVID-19 pandemic starting a year ago in any way contributed to the administrative backlog that has occurred. And I'm just wondering, in your assessment, if you were able to determine what impact, I know that it had an impact on a lot of the other, well, at least some of the other state departments, and I'm wondering how it impacted yours.
I'm happy you asked that question again, because within the last week, I have learned that when people work remotely and they need the network connection to do all of their internet work, that link, that pipeline slows down. And depending on where someone lives when they're working remotely, that may have a significant impact on their ability to work quickly. And that's exactly what I found in some of the staff members in that group. So what I did was ask them to come back into the office immediately. Not all of them, but some of the supervising staff members are back in the office with two of their of the people that they supervise. I think that's going to be an improvement. Eventually, I am hopeful that we all are back in the office. I'm here every day. I cannot work at home. I just don't feel connected to anything. So I think we're going to be in a position soon when the vaccine program is, is moving quickly, that our building is retrofitted with every available protection for every staff member here. So I think we are already starting to think about, I'm probably going to be killed for this, but I've tried to very carefully comply with the governor's recommendations on this subject. And we do have a mix of people who are here and who are at home. My view is on the licensing staff, and I felt that it was important to bring some of them back. So in answer to your question, Representative Arford, I think it does make a difference. And I can only speak as one agency head here. Other agency heads have a different view. So being a collaborative group, we have made our own decisions.
Thank you so much for your honesty. It's greatly appreciated.
Are there additional questions for the commissioner? All right. Thank you again so much, Commissioner, for providing us with this quick response, and we'll look forward to some additional information. I guess I think what I'm looking for is sort of the line items that what it would look like, if it had been an initiative in the budget in your mind, in terms of what level of position it would be and the dollars associated with it, so that we could recommend that those allocations be made permanent.
I can do that, and I'll try to do that as quickly as I can.
Great. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yep. Okay. So with that, committee, we have concluded the business on our docket for today. Is there any further discussion or announcements that anybody wants to make before we adjourn? Representative Arford.
I just want to know, I attended the noontime calendar training, and it made me think that, is there anything from yourself or Representative Tepler that you want us to know about anything that might happen tomorrow with any of our bills being reported out or voted on or anything?
No, just that we would request that when you get that divided report communication from the LAO, that you just respond to it. I think that's the only heads up that I would want to say. We do expect several of our bills to arrive on supplement or be on the Thursday calendar, depending on when they come out and what everyone decides to do about a Thursday calendar. But yeah, I don't have anything to add. Representative Tepler, you didn't raise your electronic hand, so I wasn't looking at the bottom of my screen. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say that generally we hope that committee members who have voted unanimously for a bill will continue that vote on the floor, particularly for the bills that are emergency.
Right. Senator Brenner is next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just looking forward to meeting you all in person tomorrow. So I hope we get a chance to have a little fist bump or something together.
All right. Representative Evans, go ahead.
Just one quick question. Do you expect, we expect to get that notice for ROA to sign today. Is there a deadline by 5 or something like that? Because some of us will probably be on the road. That's why.
Yeah, Colleen, do you have insight on that?
I don't think that there's a specific deadline in the email. I'm just looking at one that I got for another committee. I will note that it may or may not come from Casey Milligan. It may come from someone else in the Legislative Information Office. So I would just look for in the header of the email, it generally starts with response required, divided, report bill jackets. So that will give you a heads up. And then there'll also be a reference to the HCIFS committee and the LD number. So that should be a clue to you that that's the email coming from that office that you should respond to. They just ask you to reply. There's nothing in this email as to a specific deadline, although I might expect you for the ones that are intended to, as we get closer to session, they may put a deadline in. I just haven't seen one yet.
Okay. Great.
I will get things back to the revisor's office on LD1 this afternoon as soon as we finish up with our, and they will process it. So the amendment piece will be ready. And I think that the Legislative Information Office should be getting you information, if not this afternoon, I would think first thing in the morning.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Representative Tepler.
There we go. Thanks again, Senator. I just want to say, Rich, that while you shouldn't be reading your email while you're on the road, if you happen to stop and see the email, you can always respond by telephone to the LIO. So
Okay.
if you need to call the Legislative Information Office, you can do that.
Okay. So with that, I think we are adjourned as a committee until next Tuesday. And Colleen is going to, I think, meet with us in succession this afternoon.